Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Today we are traveling through space. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Now today is a special day. Being Sunday, I like to dedicate it to a relaxing day for us to just focus mostly on affirmation, calming down with soft-spoken voices, and without going too deep into anything philosophical or mind-stimulating. Hello, Kills. And hello, user 227. Now, I did sleep a little in, yes, but I was also a little busy trying to set up this green screen, so I am a little late to our Sangha today. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for blessing us so early on with your quintet of roses. Aryam Tat Sat. Now, I'd like to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, orientation, belief system, you name it. Thank you, Puzzle, for your TikTok. Radhe Radhe. Kills, you share that you had such a wonderful sunny walk today while listening to the Yamathon. I'm happy you enjoyed it, and thanks for taking me along with you on your sunny walk. I love the sun and I love walks. Sunny walks together are even better. I'm happy you like the background, Barry. A little bit of an experiment. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, share positive sentiments. User 227, you're wondering if I'm planning on doing another long stream like the Yamathon again. I think that does sound nice, and I would be happy to. Perhaps not today, but at another date. Sky Guardian, you share that you messed up the Vachana Amrut intro. You have uploaded the fixed version. Alright. Thank you for letting me know. I'll try to fix that. Sky Guardian has volunteered to clip out the readings that we do during our Sanghas. So on the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, there are now dedicated playlists just to what are effectively live audiobook readings. And thank you, Amber, for your heart me. And a pair of team bracelets. Aryam Tat Sat. Hello, Ragnhildur. And hello, Painted Lady and Amaryllis. And thank you, Woodland Fairy, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. I have a question of the day for all of you. If you are interested, it's a very simple question. Yesterday I asked how you could be of service to the world. Today I ask how you could be of service to yourself. Of course, the best thing you can do for the world is being a more patient, compassionate, loving person. And these are qualities of yourself. So how can you be of service to yourself in manifesting these qualities? Tudor, you share that. You let it go. That's a big one. We're holding on to so many things. Subtle vows we've taken overthink thoughts that we feel attached to because we've been taught to, emotions that we have yet to understand. Letting it go can free up so much space to be a better person. That's for sure. And hello, Todd. Hello, G2 Infinity. Yes, indeed. Hello, Kaylee. And thank you, Ambrosia, for your bubble tea as well. Oriom Tat Sat. Tattvam Asi, you share that you forgive when necessary. Forgiveness can be such a vital way for us to let go, just as Tudor was sharing. When it's necessary, of course. And thank you, Painted Lady, for your team bracelet and another pair of cheer you ups. Hariom Tat Sat. Usha, you share by loving your Vishva Guruji. Paying homage to our spiritual masters, since none of us can live without standing on the shoulders of greats that have come before us through the lineage of humanity. Indeed, that can help us feel connected to an ancient force. Gills, you share by forgiving, accepting, and talking lovingly with yourself. Self-talk is such an important part of our life, as it's what programs the subconscious. Talking lovingly with yourself is a sure way to have a loving subconscious. Just Me, you share that you pray and read a verse from your Bible to get close to Jesus. That's how. I love that for you. That can be a great way to be grounded in scriptural tradition, surrendering our intellect to a higher power. And user 227, you try not to beat yourself up over past mistakes. It's funny. We feel like beating ourselves up for past mistakes is how we can become better. But ironically, the best way to become better is from a platform of forgiveness. Then we can stand up again and even taller. And Amaryllis, you were wondering what I was saying in between my words. I like to say a Sanskrit mantra whenever I thank a guest for sharing a token of generosity, like Usha, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hari means that loving Shakti, that feminine energy of the supreme reality. Om is the sound that represents that. Tat means that, and Sat means truth. These are all very sacred syllables. So Hari Om Tat Sat can refer to that primordial existence, expressing itself through that all-attractive force of love. That is the existing truth. G to infinity, you share You can be of service to yourself by honoring the body's limitations. Rest when necessary. I love that. Indeed. How can we be of service when we are exhausted? We need our beauty sleep so that we can become witness to the beauty that is unfolded in our service that requires our energy. Ragnhildur, you share that you can be of service to yourself by being a compassionate gatekeeper in your mind, reframing thoughts positively. I love that. Yes. A gatekeeper in our mind lets in only positive thoughts, lets out only positive thoughts. And Painted Lady, you share, by being gentle with yourself when you still have waves of hurt come over you that someone caused a long time ago. That gentleness is so important. I agree. Grain, you share, forgiveness and understanding, being gentle and kinder with yourself and others. There, that lovely word, gentle, comes up again. It's a very relaxing word, and your sentiments are very true. Liz, you are asking me, how can I be of service to myself, Yam? I echo many of the sentiments that you have all shared. Rest comes to mind, forgiveness, and together, how can we rest without forgiveness? And how can we forgive without rest? With a mind that is overactive, it is very difficult to forgive. And with forgiveness still possible, how can we put our mind to rest? They are hand in hand, and they support each other in clearing out the energy to create something new. And thank you, Deb, for your fire. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you everyone for exploring that question of the day with me. I think it is very important that we ask these questions, because we are just as valid of a part of this universe, and since we are ultimately servants of the universe, then that includes service to the vehicle which we have been allotted, this body and mind, for our own self-expression. Taking care of our body and our mind, very important and very rewarding. It's a good investment, just as we are investments of the earth. Clods of clay, soil, rearranged through life's many metabolic systems and electrochemical reactions. We are but the earth just rearranged atom by atom to form its representatives. Now, before we move on to our next introductory segment, that is reading from our daily reading, a book, I'd like to extend my gratitude to you, Liz, again, for your team bracelet and trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Steffi, for your heart me a moment ago, and a pair of friendship necklaces. Ariom Tatsat. And thank you, Alicia Infinite, for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Deb, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Denise, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Now, today we are reading another section from The Roar of the Ganges. This is a book gifted to us by one of our audience members, Sky Guardian. It was written by his guru, Swami Taratmananda, who has given our Sangha expressed permission to read this. And it's also being made a free PDF in the near future, in case you ever wanted to get your hands on it yourself. It is a partial autobiography as well as a teaching of Vedanta. The best knowledge is shared through stories, and what better story than his own story? Before he became a Swami, a spiritual renunciant, he was but a recently divorced computer scientist from America who came to India, particularly northern India, in the city of Rishikesh, near the banks of the Ganges River, where this book takes place, so that he could begin his spiritual journey. In these pages we are slowly approaching his ultimate sannyasi, in which he takes on the spiritual vows to renounce his past name and take on a spiritual name and be of service to the universe. Mataji, wrapped in an orange sari as always, arrived with a small thermos bottle. She poured a cup of coffee for Swami Dayananda, my guru, who graciously accepted it. After he had taken a few sips, my friend Vijay posed another question. Swamiji, by following Ramana Maharshi's method of self-inquiry, who am I? Were you finally discovering the Atma? Swami Dayananda answered reticently, yes. After a moment's reflection, he continued, but it is not a discovery in the ordinary sense of the word. Before meeting Yogi Ramaya, I had presumed that in deep meditation, Atma, the true self of one's being, would one day emerge and reveal itself to me in all its glory, like a blazing light arising in my consciousness. This may sound impressive, but I later came to understand that such expectations are nonsense. To wait for Atma to arise in deep meditation is like waiting for the missing 10th boy in a story we read previously to magically reappear in the forest. Consider the irony of this pursuit. Suppose you meditate for years, seeking to discover the truth yourself, Atma. Then, one day, a glorious shining effulgence emerges in your consciousness. Imagine being aware of such an effulgence. If you are aware of it, it must be an object known to you. You are the knower, the consciousness by which it is known. Then, how could that effulgence be you? How could it be Atma, pure consciousness, Suddha Chaitanya. Hello, Amanda. The seer cannot be seen. The knower cannot be known. Whatever emerges in your consciousness cannot be consciousness. Atma is the consciousness by which you know everything, including anything that arises or bubbles up during meditation. If something does bubble up, like some kind of submarine rising from the depths, it cannot be Atma, yourself. Swami Dayananda laughed about the inadequacy of this submarine philosophy, as he called it. Then he announced he would begin teaching a class on the Kena Upanishad this evening. That particular text, he said, describes Atma as the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, and the mind of the mind. Its verses unfold the nature of Atma as the consciousness by which we are aware of every experience, and not as an abstract concept or a lofty ideal completely removed from experience. Let us meet in the lecture hall at 5 p.m., he said, rising from his cushion. After he disappeared into his cottage, I turned to Richard and asked, "Well, what do you think of Swami Dayananda?" I could actually understand what he was saying. After listening to so much mystical mumbo-jumbo and so many pious sermons here in Rishikesh, it's a relief to hear such a clear teacher. "Can you stay for class this evening?" I asked. Richard smiled and nodded enthusiastically. So, we end the chapter, and we'll end the reading there as well for today. Well, for now. Later on in this life, we may continue the next chapter. Just a short pair of pages about how the realization of yourself, in other words, self-realization, is not some grand experience that occurs to you. If it occurred to you, then it still would not be you, since it is known by you, and you are the knower, not the known. Nonetheless, there is a method by which we can become aware of this knowingness, albeit not as directly as how you might come to be aware of objects within your experience. And thank you for reading, or listening to my reading, I should say. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Do allow me the opportunity to extend my gratitude back to you now. And hello, Shadow. My lovely cat has walked by me. He is wanting my door to be opened, so I will go and open the door for him now. I will be less than 20 seconds. And thank you, Jesus, for your 5 disco loves and another quintet of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mistra, for your 10 fires and 10 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Haley Queen, thank you for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Jesus, for another 15 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mistra, for your disco love, pair of team bracelets, and pair of friendship necklaces. Jai Sitaram. And Nina, thank you for your heart me. And thank you, Mary, for your tiny and quartet of roses. Yippee! Thank you, Marcel, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cloud breads. Thank you, Grain, for your 11 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Amber, thank you for your trio of roses. And thank you everyone else for your patience as I extended my gratitude to them. We may open up to spiritual questions and answers. Thank you, Marcel, for another cloud bread. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kylie, I refer you to the banner at the top. This is my only account, and I do not message nor follow anyone on this account. I don't have any services, and I will never ask for money. So be careful, my dear. Practice internet safety, and if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Amanda, you had asked, why does one's body respond to stress in different ways? For you, it makes you physically sick and exhausted. Naturally, we all feel our emotions in different ways because we all are such unique people. The flow of our own awareness is dependent on our identity. Our identity is nothing but the place in which our awareness gravitates to naturally. For existence, for example, a mother, when there is an absence of things to do, if she identifies with being a mother, then her mind naturally goes towards how she can be of help to her children. If her children need any help, that natural tendency for her awareness to flow to her children is what makes her who she is as a mother. Someone who is a cinematographer by occupation, during a movie, they might get a completely different experience because their awareness is drawn to how the picture is framed, how the camera moves around the subject. Their awareness is naturally drawn towards what they are interested in. Our ego is nothing but the accumulation of our associations in each moment. That uniqueness of each of our identities makes the energy in our body travel differently at different speeds, places, and distributions. Emotions are another form of awareness which flows throughout the body, called prana or chi or ki. Naturally, we may feel nauseous, exhausted when our own prana travels to organs of rest and digestion. This is contrary to the fight or flight response, where our energy naturally travels towards the organs of fight or flight, that is, locomotion. Having a homogeneous awareness can calm the body down during stress. Imagine awareness like a bar of soap that you wash around every part of your body equally. Then you get the energy to go everywhere it needs to go without clumping up in any particular place, causing pranic blockages. And thank you, Marcel, for another cloud bread as well a moment ago. Jai Sitaram. Jonathan, you ask, what to do if you are in a sad and stressed mood? The number one cause of stress is attachment to outcome, which means, like a fisherman, we have thrown our sense of self like a bobber into the ocean of Maya, and we cannot control the rise and fall of the waves around us. We must reel in our sense of self to be free from this ocean that is out of our control. For example, a student may get stressed about the grades they receive on the exam that they are studying for. But the exam itself is not the cause of stress. It is because they associate themselves with one who gets good grades. It is a sense of identity that they have thrown out into an object that is out of their control. That student misidentifies with the result of their action rather than the action itself. So, by the process of karma yoga, that is, achieving union through action, remember that a good student is not defined by what measurements we grade them by, but by the effort that they put into the things that they do. If that same student with the same exam instead understands that their sense of self is only determined by their ability to do their best, then as long as they have applied their effort in studying, there need be no worry over the outcome of their actions. Because a good student is not defined by the grades they get, but by the effort they apply in their studies. It is that effort that takes them places, not the percentage that's marked in red pen at the corner of the essay. The point here is that you need not do anything to become less stressed. It is simply a matter of understanding. Understanding that your true self is beyond the outcome of good or bad, favorable or unfavorable results, because the most precious thing you have in life is not what comes back to you, but your ability itself. If you worked hard to get $1 million and overnight that $1 million disappeared, then it's really no problem, because the true source of wealth was not in the monetary value of your work. It was your ability to have worked for it in the first place. Even if you become broke, that ability will always be there, and that cannot lose you. With this understanding, there is no fear for gain or loss, no pleasure in victory or defeat. There is only the bliss of the action itself, your primordial ability. When we are sad, sadness is something we hold in our heart, and we do so with trust that by holding space for our own emotions, we can process them. Sadness is a kind of grief that we have lost something. However tangible or intangible that thing that we have lost is, we still feel separate from it. And like the stress, being separate from it is only a bad thing when we have put our sense of self in that which we are separate from. Through the grief, we come to know that we are still whole, even while separate, that there was no true loss, because the value that we found in whatever we feel separate from, that value was created by us. Like a friend, for example. Consider the figure of speech we use to describe having friends. We make them. We don't find them. A person is not automatically a friend waiting to be. The friend in them is made by you. It was something in you all along. Likewise, that friendship that we feel with others is really just an openness to our own self that is reflected by the person. So in the loss of a friend, we only lose the mirror by which we see parts of ourselves. But we are not separated from who we truly are, no matter what comes and goes in our life. I hope that answers your question on what to do in sadness and in stress, that there is no action for you to take other than understanding that who you are in this moment is always enough. And thank you, Edwin James, for your heartmeet. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Jen, for your cloud bread as well. You're getting many cloud breads today. And yet, I am still ignorant about what exactly a cloud bread is, although I think we can all agree it sounds delicious. And thank you, Vanessa, for your hand hearts as well. Radhe, Radhe. Chloe, you share that you can't remember the Sikh mantra we did yesterday. You're thinking about using that as your go-to mantra. Well, lucky for you, I still have it up today. If you want to take a screenshot, there it is for you. I'm going to minimize it in a moment. Sky Guardian has also clipped it, which we shall upload on the YouTube channel as well. Thank you. And thank you for asking, Marlon. I'm doing well today. I have really just woken up and went straight to live streaming. So I am still a little sleepy. And I love the way you put that a few minutes ago, Mary. We are human beings, not human doings. Well said. Ray, you were wondering a few minutes ago, are we sure that leaving ego for spirit will assure us a fulfilled life? One does not have to leave the ego at all. That is a natural fear from the ego that arises. The good news is that it's not well-founded. The ego is simply our sense of self. And no matter who you are, we all have some sense of self. The spiritual practice is not in destroying the ego, but it is guiding the ego towards a different kind of service. Naturally, the ego is a servant, and whatever it identifies as, it serves. If you identify with your country, then you will serve your country. If you identify with your family, then you will serve your family. If you identify with the body, then you will serve the body. If you are identified with spirit, then you will serve spirit. So why identify with spirit? It is because it allows our service to be unbounded. When we identify with a particular country, then the service to the country is good. However, what about the other countries that are also just as deserving of our service? If we are identified with our family, then the service to that family is good. But what about the other families that are also deserving of service? If we identify with our body, the service to the body is good. But what about the service we could be doing to other bodies? Spirit, by definition, is that which exists in everyone and everything. So simply by identifying with it, we can open up the service we can do to deeper and farther reaches of this experience. We need no longer be of service to any one thing in particular, but can open up the love for so many things, to the insects that are in our room, to the plants around our home, to the countries far and wide, and the soul within everyone. And thank you, Mary, for your bubble tea and finger heart a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Mistra, for your flowers. Harion Tat Sat. Best though you share that you're trying to be optimistic and motivate yourself to live, but you always fall into a depressive circle. It can very much feel like we end up where we were before, and thus all progress we made is only return to that same place before we made any. Spiritual progress is much like climbing the notes on a piano. You start at middle C and go up D, E, F, G, A, B, and then you end up at C again. You might feel like you're back where you were before. It feels the same. It sounds the same. You're surrounded by all the same notes. However, you have gone up an octave. It is not the same C. It is still C, but now your frequency has doubled. Likewise, with cycles in our own life, we may feel like we're growing, and then suddenly we end up where we were before. And indeed, there is a similarity between where we are and where we were before. But that doesn't mean your progress has been lost. You are still higher than you were before. Cycles aren't just bound to a one-dimensional loop. Through time, that loop becomes a helix. It's only when we're looking from a certain perspective does it seem like we are always reaching the same spot. Consider, for example, the orbit of our planet around our star, the Sun. It may seem like every year we return to the same spot. But remember, that whole solar system is moving as well. And now our planet, with the solar system, is further along in its orbit around our galaxy. In ancient Sanskrit texts, they say that Chandralok orbits Bhulok, Bhulok orbits Suryalok, Suryalok orbits Brahmalok. Chandra is the name for the moon. The moon orbits the earth. Bhu is the name for the earth. The earth orbits the sun, Surya. But even the sun is not stationary. Surya, the sun, orbits the center of our solar, or our galaxy, Brahmalok. And this was a mystery for many thousands of years, what exactly Brahmalok was. Until recently, when we finally photographed what was at the center of our galaxy, and we found a picture of a black hole. And even this galaxy is moving towards the great attractor at the center of Laniakea. And even Laniakea is moving in the motion of all other galaxies towards something we know not. but the movement is described as dark flow. Everything in this universe is moving. So even if you feel like you have returned to the same place you were before, that spot that you returned to is also moving. Remember that. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. As you wish, Sky Guardian. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Mistra, for another rose. And Delilah, thank you for your fruit, friends. A lovely edible arrangement. I do love fruit. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Grain, for your 10 tiny dinies as well. Yippee! Can I please put the mantra on the screen again for a minute? As you wish, Sacred Serenity. You may screenshot it or transcribe it. In the meantime, part of the peak of existence, you asked, what do I think about manifestation? How does it work? And should we use it? With what intentions? I will tell you a secret. One does not even have to know how to manifest, nor be consciously engaged in it, in order to receive everything you need and more. The universe allocates its resources in accordance to the potential that you are able to perceive in others. If you feel like there is no hope for the world, then why would the world give you any of its resources if you are not going to apply them to the potential that you see in it? If you see no potential in yourself for growth, then why would the universe give you opportunities for your own self-growth? If we are naturally closed off to opportunities, potentials for growth, for service, then the universe has no need to give us any resources. It's efficient that way. If instead we are open to all the ways we can succeed, to all the places that could be of use of your service, then naturally the universe will open up to your own success and give you the opportunities you need. More than that, in this moment, we have everything we need and everything that we can attend to. Both are there simultaneously, and so we aren't ever missing anything. But the more service we do to ourselves and others, the more resources become allocated for our own distribution. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your cheer you up and team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Yana, for your team bracelet and rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jonathan Vinci. You ask, why do some people get psychosis and how to heal from it? Psychosis as a psychological term is not something I'm necessarily qualified to comment on. However, what it describes, I can relate from a spiritual perspective, that when someone becomes more in tune with their subconscious can be a breeding ground for traumas that have gone unhealed, for fears that have gone unaddressed, and for desires that have gone unweighed out, I suppose. We accumulate so much more experience than we are able to process. All that experience is imprinted upon the subconscious, and when one lacks a process to be able to interact in a healthy way with their subconscious, then there are many things that can happen to it that leave long-lasting impressions that even affect the conscious state. Having a healthy relationship with sleep is very important. There is a deep relationship between our subconscious and sleep. For instance, we all know that when we dream, we're not experiencing the physical world, and yet we're still experiencing sensations. These sensations must have ultimately come from our experience with the physical world, but are stored as impressions. And it is the memory of those impressions that we interact with during sleep. Meditation, therapy, particularly psychoanalysis, can be great techniques to become more aware of the conflicts in the subconscious that can be resolved. Overall, having an aspiration that is filled with sentiments like hope, that can be one of the most healing things you can do for yourself, because that hope or faith calms the storm. There may be so many moving parts of our experience that we are unable to come to terms with, but just the faith that it will be okay sometimes is all you need. You don't have to understand rationally, logically, why, how, or if things are going to be okay. The ground floor of positivity can be the stability that you need for a happy and healthy mind. Jules, you share that you would love to know my advice on anger management and how to calm down. There have been few times in my life that I've been angry, and it wasn't a good thing because I had repressed so much of my anger that when it finally did erupt, I hurt people that I loved. I remember hurting someone who bullied me, but they didn't deserve to be hurt. I remember sitting on the floor, reflecting on my actions, and I didn't know how to process the hurt I had done to them. I was just watching the ants crawl around the patio floor. I was looking at the moss which had spiraled its way around the railings. I was imagining all the microbes that could exist in every corner of my experience. And something struck me that life is just trying to live. Sometimes it gets in its own way, but that love is going to be a much more powerful force than that anger. True change in the world is not brought by anger, but by compassion. When anger arises, we simply have to have the courage to wait it out, and the trust in love to supersede it in the next moment. Anger management? What are we really managing? Are we managing the anger? Can we manage when we get angry? If we try to manage our anger, it only comes up later with redoubled intensity. We should manage our reaction to the anger. When we stick our hand in fire, a voltage naturally starts increasing along our motor neurons. Once it reaches a certain threshold, your muscles will retract, so you take your hand out of the fire. That process of the voltage increasing is not something in our control. It is a natural process. However, the threshold upon which that voltage triggers a response, now that is something controlled. By the power of will, we raise that threshold. So, although the voltage keeps on increasing, it never reaches its limit. With anger too, there is a kind of energy that keeps rising. And that rising of energy is not something that we have an influence over. It happens naturally. But we have a threshold for reaction. Once the anger reaches a certain point, then we erupt. We retract our love and deal out pain. But if we can keep rising above the anger, then it never reaches a point where we react. In this way, become proactive and proceed your threshold to beyond that anger. Patience is such a virtue. Anger will go away with time. It doesn't last forever, nor does any experience to our senses. Sometimes we may feel like something won't go away until we take action. With emotions, this isn't the case. Emotions come and they go. And the speed at which they go is proportional to our acceptance of them, our tolerance of them. But by resisting the emotion, we only increase its control over us. And thank you, Glitzland, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Lori, thank you for your subscription. I am happy to have you here and elated to be in your service. Radhe Radhe. And Glitzland, thank you for your team bracelet as well. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Aini, for your trio of roses. And Partid, thank you for your heart me. Jonathan, you're wondering, should we fear death, Yam, like the unknown? The unknown has possibilities that are certainly scary. It also has possibilities that are inspiring. It is when we focus on the scary possibilities we become afraid. If we can manage to bring our attention to the inspiring possibilities, then there is no reason to be afraid. With death, for example, it is true that in some way it is like an end. However, all ends are also like beginnings in other ways. That beginning for something new can be inspiring. But when it comes to death, we feel like our life is more precious than anything that could come after. Fortunately, we need not fear our life coming to an end when there is nowhere else to be but here. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. All of the molecules of our being return to the earth through processes such as cremation or even in burial, where our being is digested by other creatures and that life essence gets converted into parts of our soil, the soil from which other plants arise, and then other animals munch on. All of it eventually makes its way into the soil of the food which we grow and the animals which we eat. Then when eating that energy, it converts itself into gametes, such as an ovum or a sperm. Those very same cells within you are made up of the atoms that were in another creature before. Information can never be destroyed, and so, in some essence, that being remains with all of the particles it interacts with. For example, the process that I have described is found in the Rig Veda, humanity's oldest scripture. In every aspect of life, we see energy going from one form to another. What makes you so different? Besides, as consciousness, You are not an object among the things in the world that changes. Even in the theory of reincarnation, it is not even you who reincarnates. It is your mind, which is separate from you, and you don a new body, but you yourself remain unchanged. You yourself are the witness of life. That is what you are. How can that ability to witness be taken from you when it is what you are? With this knowledge alone, even a little bit of it can save one from the fear of death, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. And thank you, Alexandrina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your subscription. Such a lovely guest you always are, and I'm blessed to have you here. And yes, I would be happy to give some advice on anxiety, Connor. And I'll also give you my experience, part of the peak of existence, on procrastination as well. First, let's attend to Connor's inquiry on anxiety, specifically social anxiety. Remember, there are 4 versions of ourself. The first version is who we really are. The second version is who we think we are. The third version is what others think we are. And the fourth version is what we think others think we are. Now, 2 of those things are out of your control. You cannot control what others think you are, and what you think others think you are is always going to be skewed by our own insecurities. How many times has your friend asked you to take a picture? And so you take one for them, and they say, no, take another one. I am so ugly. You yourself cannot see what part they are referring to, but it is their own insecurities, which they think are obvious to others, that get them to be scared. You see, when it comes to others, most of us are just thinking about our own self. Do you remember that awkward thing that your friend did 3 years ago on that Saturday? Of course not. You never even thought about it. But do you remember that awkward thing that you did? Every night for the past 3 years? We come home thinking, my goodness, they're probably thinking about all of the things that I did wrong. However, it's ourselves that are thinking about all the things we've done wrong. we project our fears onto others and then imagine that others see those things in us, but everyone else is doing the same thing. So there is no reason to fear. Your friends don't matter if you miss some memo. Don't matter if you are awkward. They don't care if you mispronounced one of their names accidentally. And if they judge you for any of that, then they're not your friends. So why does it matter what they think? If what they think is not a reflection of reality to begin with. As a soul, you are immortal. It is just this funny, goofy game we call society that we get so distracted by all of the standards and customs. The truth is, this is not your first time on this planet. This is only the first time with this body, with this mind. You have met everyone before, just not in their current forms. As consciousness, you are one. It is merely the bodies and minds which are many. With this knowledge, how can any social interaction be the cause of upset when you are something so much more profound? And thank you, Linda, for your 36 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience, Connor. And thank you, Nish, for your cloud bread. Jai Sitaram. Now, part of the peak of existence, I had mentioned that I would attend to your inquiry on procrastination, and my simple advice for you would be to forgive yourself. Forgiving yourself is the best way to do what you really want to do. You might ask, how does that work? Isn't forgiving ourselves just validating all the ways which we're not doing what we want to do? Actually, consider how many people take a vow that on New Year's Day, I'm going to go to the gym, and on every day this week, I'm going to work out for at least half an hour. So the first week, they are able to do it. But the second week, they miss Monday. And because they are so hard on themselves Monday, then they don't show up Tuesday. And now that their perfect streak is ruined, why even bother? They don't show up Wednesday, nor Thursday, or even Friday. It was that pressure to be perfect which ultimately ended the consistency. Whereas, if on Monday they forgave themselves, they allowed themselves to be human, to have off days, then they'd show up on Tuesday again. Consistency is not a measure of perfection. It depends on how you are able to forgive yourself so that you can continue where you left off. With procrastination, we may be putting off the things we want to do because we're waiting for the right time, when the vision becomes clear, when the energy is right, when it's a nice sunny day. But if we're waiting for the perfect moment to start, then that day will never come. Forgive yourself for your own limitations and just start one step at a time. Perfection only exists in your mind, but excellence is carved out by your ability to persevere, regardless of what conditions may be preventing you. Thank you, John F., for your rose a few moments ago. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, High Vibration Franco, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Jonathan, you were wondering, Yam, why do we have responsibilities? Some responsibilities we choose. Other responsibilities we're born into and feel like we have to do. Responsibilities are an opportunity for us to be of service. By being service-minded people, we attend to the potential that exists in the world. The world only exists in the form that it is now due to the potential that was envisioned and then attended to. Potential by itself is not going to unfold on its own. It requires witness. Being responsible for something simply means that you have been blessed by witnessing that beauty unfold. And so, it is the gift that we receive by attending to that potential so that we become witness to beauty. What makes a mother's job so fulfilling is because the potential already existed in her child. She is merely responsible for the sake of her own blessing, that she get to witness the potential unfold by the service that she renders to that child. Responsibilities are not for anyone else. They are for our own benefit, that we become more selfless, more open, more humble, and patient people. And thank you, Verame, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Painted Lady, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cheer you ups. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, raising your frequency, for the 11 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Grain, for the You're Amazing. Radhe Radhe. D, you share that you have a gift, trying to understand and put it to good use. Anxiety and problems are in the way. Look at it this way, D. Anxiety and problems are part of the gift. They are not in the way. They are for you to become more understanding. It is not a reflection of anything you're doing wrong. It is through the experience of anxiety that we become wiser. We become more able to apply our gifts in spite of the difficulties. Consider, for example, my own experience. There are so many things that I know I wanted to do, but in periods of anxiety, I would become crippled by them. How could I be a good son, a good brother, a good friend, or even a good boyfriend when I was anxious? How could I do any of these things when I was unable to hold the weight that was in my own mind? This kind of perspective is very limiting. Eventually, I challenged the question of the uncomfortability, and I asked, what is it about anxiety that I am so afraid of? Well, for one, anxiety is often a self-fulfilling curse, that we become anxious out of fear that our anxiety will even arise in the first place. You become anxious before you go out to see your friends, because what if you're anxious when you're with them? And you become anxious when you're with them out of anxiety that they could judge you for it. What it comes down to is not enough practice being uncomfortable while doing what we want. Suppose you wish to do what you want even in spite of your anxiety. That requires you to have the confidence that you can succeed even while uncomfortable. But the only way to be comfortable while doing uncomfortable things is to do them. One has to keep pursuing what is scary to them so that it becomes more comfortable, easier. You challenge anxiety not by trying to eliminate it, but by bringing it on, allowing it to flourish, so that the anxiety is not in control of you. You stand up even with the unbearable weight of existence, and you keep pursuing your dream, and the anxiety begins to vanish. Thank you, Painted Lady, for your quintet of cheer-me-ups. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Valentine, for your rosa and 11 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Maya, thank you for your finger heart, fire and rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Kills, for the heart to me as well. Radhe Radhe. Sky Guardian had mentioned a few minutes ago the desire to read another section from the Vachana Amrut, a book that he has gifted me, so that we may read one page at a time randomly throughout these satsangs. This is a book which is spiritual in nature. It's a collection of about 300 discourses from a spiritual teacher known as Swami Narayan, whom is addressed as Shriji Maharaj in this book. It contains a lot of technical Sanskrit vocabulary, the language of spirituality, so it seems. This is Gadadha 111, Vasana, and Ekantik Bhakta. Did we read this already? We did last time. So let us read the next one, Gadadha 112. The attributes of the elements, creation. On Magshar Sudhi Punam, Samvat 1876, or the 1st of December 1819, in our calendar, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of sadhus, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Shriji Maharaj then said, "When one understands the nature of the causes of the entire creation, specifically Purush, the primordial consciousness, Prakriti, the nature itself, Kal, the 24 elements, including Mahat Tattva, etc., then one is released from the bondage of one's inherent avidya, ignorance, and the entities evolved from it, the 24 elements." Thereupon, Muktananda Swami asked, "Maharaj, how can their nature be known?" Shriji Maharaj replied, "Their nature can be realized by knowing their attributes. I shall now describe those attributes. Purusha, the consciousness, is the controller of Prakriti, the nature, and is also distinct from her." Here we introduce pronouns of the masculine and feminine variety. Nature is seen as the divine feminine, Prakriti, whereas consciousness is seen as the divine masculine, Purusha. He is indivisible, without a beginning, without an end. He is indivisible, self-luminous, omniscient, Satya, Kshetrajna, and the cause of the activities of all objects that possess a form. He also has a divine body. Prakriti is composed of the three gunas, that is tamas, rajas, and sattva. Heedlessness, passion, and purity. She is both Jad and Chaitanya, eternal nirvishesh, and kshetra, the field of all the jivas, the individuals, and all elements, including the mahatattva, the primordial substrate, and also the divine power of God. That which disturbs Maya, which is nirvishesh, and whose gunas are normally in a state of equilibrium, is known as Kala. Now I shall describe the attributes of Mahatattva and the other elements, so please listen. Chit and Mahatattva should not be regarded as being different. That is, the very substrate of the mind and the substrate of all of existence. The entire world inherently resides in a subtle form within Mahatattva, which itself is unchanging, luminous, pure, passive, and full of pure sattva gun. Now I shall describe the attributes of Ahamkar. Aham meaning I, and Kar meaning the sound or voice or expression. It is composed of the three gunas and is the cause of the evolution of all the bhuts, indriyas, and anthakarans, their presiding devas, and the prans. It is passive, dense, and totally ignorant. I shall now describe the attributes of the person. The person is the site where all desires for sexual gratification and other sense objects are generated. It is subject to fluctuating thoughts and is the governor of all the indriyas. Now I shall describe the attributes of buddhi, the intellect. It possesses the knowledge of all objects. The specific knowledge which all of the indriyas possess is also due to the buddhi. Its inherent features are doubts, conviction, sleep, and memory. The attributes of the 10 indriyas, the ears, the skin, the eyes, the tongue, the nose, the voice, the hands, the feet, the anus, and the genitals, is to engage themselves in their respective vishais, experiences. Now I shall describe the attributes of the 5 tanmatras. The attributes of sound are that it is the indicator of all objects and the cause of all social interactions. Sound also reveals the nature and class of the speaker. It dwells within Akash, the space, and is also the tanmatra of Akash. It is perceived by the ears. These are the attributes of sound. I shall now describe the attributes of touch. It is the tanmatra of Vayu, the wind. Softness, hardness, coldness, hotness, and perception by the skin are the attributes of touch. Now I shall describe the attributes of sight. It reveals the forms of all objects. It resides subordinately in all objects and changes as the objects change. It is the tanmatra of Tej and is perceived by the eyes. Now I shall describe the attributes of taste. Sweetness, pungency, distastefulness, bitterness, sourness, and saltiness are its attributes. It is the tanmatra of jal, water, and is perceived by the tongue. I shall now describe the attributes of smell. Fragrance and stench are its attributes. It is the tanmatra of prithvi and is perceived by the nose. Now I shall describe the attributes of prithvi. It supports all jivas, individuals, and in the form of a celestial body, it is their place of residence. It separates the other four bhuts, i.e. akash, space, etc., and it gives a physical form to all life forms. These are the attributes of prithvi. I shall now describe the attributes of jal, water. It binds prithvi and other substances, and it also softens and moistens all objects. It satisfies and sustains all life forms. Quenching thirst, subduing heat, and abundance are also the attributes of jal. Now I shall describe the attributes of tej. Luminance, causing the digestion of food, absorbing liquids, eliminating cold, drying, creating hunger and thirst, as well as burning wood, ghee, and other sacrificial offerings are the attributes of tej. I shall now describe the attributes of vayu, wind. Vayu causes trees to shake, and it gathers leaves and other objects. It also carries the panch vishais, i.e. sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and touch, to their respective indriyas, in other words, eyes, ears, etc. It is the vital force of all the indriyas. Finally, I shall describe the attributes of akash, space. It provides space for all jivas, and is the cause of the internal and external activities of their bodies. It is also where the prans, the vital breath, indriyas, and antahkarans reside. These are the attributes of akash. In this manner, by knowing the attributes of the 24 elements, Prakriti, Purush, and Kal, one is freed from ignorance. Moreover, one should know the process of creation of all of these, which I shall now describe. And let us continue reading the process in which the creation of all of these attributes of existence come into being at another time. For now, we will pause our reading of, which Gadada was this, 112. And I thank you, everyone, for listening. A very technical exposition on the nature of the attributes of existence and life, this world. And thank you, Annika's World, for your 16 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, 31 planes of existence, for your hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. I agree. That was a complicated verse. Fortunately, there is no pressure to understand it all. The good news is that this knowledge comes naturally And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. Hello, Bhakti Devi. Thank you, John F., for your tiny a moment ago. Yippee! Hello, Maisa Hendricks. You are thanking me. Well, I thank you as well for being here. Obrigado. Thank you, Maya, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Adam, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Liz, you're wondering, okay, Mr. Yam, how did God come about, and why did everyone go along with it? Now, by the word God, we refer to many things. The role of a creator is to create. The role of a preserver is to preserve, and the role of a destroyer is to destroy. These constitute the nature of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They have these roles due to the underlying potential that arises from Nirguna Brahman, that formless ultimate reality. Consider a painting. It first starts out as blank, and it is in the emptiness of that canvas that the painting is inspired. If the painting already had some attribute, then what inspiration would there be for creation? So creation is inspired by the absence that precedes it. You could say that everything is inspired by nothing. It is that spaciousness which provides the potential for existence to come to be. Sometimes this process can be personified, just as we are personalities. We can relate to that source by personifying the qualities that we have inherited from that source. And so personifications of that source we call God are methods for our own self-discovery. And not everyone goes along with that process. The power of this idea that as personalities descended from that source, we can infer about the nature of our existence by personifying that source through our own inherited qualities. We have the power to do many things with this model. Not everything we do with this model is going to be beneficial. Many people have done things in the name of their God that limit the expression of others. And it is in that limiting experience that others have where they reject the idea of God. So it is important that we do not misuse the concept of God to seek control ourselves. Otherwise, we fall into the same trap as the story of God's fallen angel, who descended from grace in order to seek power himself. The purpose of God is not an authoritarian one, but one in which we can inquire into the nature of our own existence. With this in mind, there is no necessity to harm. It is an inner process, a journey that takes one within. And thank you, Ostlending, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Ginseng, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Adam, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. Vibrating Buddha, you share that you wonder if empathetic people end up on SSRI medications because we love too much and the world is overwhelming. Now I agree, the world can very much be overwhelming. And being a boundless source of love can get you into trouble sometimes. There was a man and a chef. The man kept telling the chef, "Be careful, the knife is sharp." The chef said, "I know, just be careful, the knife is sharp." Again and again, the man would say, "Be careful, the knife is sharp." And the chef was growing very angry. He eventually cut himself. The man said, "See, I told you." One solution is to get a rock and just dull the blades, and the knife won't be sharp anymore. With a dull blade, you don't have to worry about cutting yourself. But you won't be able to cut much of anything at all. The purpose of a knife is to be sharp. You don't have to fear its sharpness. You just have to have a steady hand. Likewise, there are so many beautiful people in the world that have such a sharp mind, they end up cutting themselves. And our solution as a society seems to be to dull the blade, to dull the mind, so that they don't end up cutting themselves. But much like a knife, the purpose of the mind is to be sharp. All you need is a steady hand. What is the hand of the mind? Now, it's no doubt that in our culture, we choose to dull the mind because we don't realize that there's anything higher than the mind. We speak about the mind as if it's the highest thing. Higher than the mind is the intellect. Sometimes we consider the intellect to just be one faculty of the mind. But this isn't quite true. The intellect is above the mind. It has the capacity to control the mind even when the mind cannot control itself. Consider how many times you've been in a position where your mind is chaotic, but there's still a voice of reasoning. Your mind could be saying, "I'm so scared right now. This moment isn't safe. I'm going to die." But the intellect, like a quiet voice, is not affected. It continues to reason. You are safe. You're not going to die. You will be okay. How can this be if the mind was all that there is, and yet there's still something unaffected? That is the buddhi, the intellect. With this awareness, it is possible to control the mind by giving your intellect the right knowledge. With a steady intellect, even the sharpest mind cannot affect you. You can be so open to life. You can feel the suffering of the universe, but with a steady intellect, there is no harm. So the question becomes, how do we have a steady intellect? We need to give it the right knowledge. How do you get the right knowledge? We get the right knowledge by having the right experiences. How do we get the right experiences? By having the right association. Now, how do we get the right association? This is something we are able to do at any time. At each point in the chain up till the association, life's not in our hands. We don't choose what thoughts arise. We don't choose what thoughts are culled by the intellect. We don't choose what knowledge we have, nor what experiences we have. But in this very experience, you can choose to associate with love or fear. In your friend group, you can choose to associate with the role models or the bad influences. On social media, you can choose to associate with those who cause drama and those who relax you. Just by associating with the right places, we can begin to cultivate the right experience. From that experience, we get the right knowledge to give to the intellect to make right decisions, then our mind becomes able, without any conflict arising. The entire process happens now with your ability to associate with the good. And it requires effort because we've already associated with so much negativity. We feel the weight of all of that. Having to be associated with so much negativity, we feel the weight of all of that. Having to Now my internet disconnected me for a moment, but do let me know when it has returned. In the meantime, I'll just be floating out here in space. It's good. Thank you for letting me know. And thank you, Cami, for your rose a few minutes ago. And Ginseng, for your dozen roses, thank you. Part of the peak of existence, you ask, does nothing exist by not existing? I love that. It is a funny concept, but one that is so profound that nothing does exist. It just exists as that which is not. In other words, it exists as non-existence. And that non-existence is important, because without non-existence, how could existence come to be? Thank you, Joseph, for your pair of roses many minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Maya, for your disco love. Radhe Radhe. Ki or Kiki, you ask, why do you feel your energy is saturated, or worse, around people? You are a very receptive being. You are able to hold space for those around you. That can be overwhelming when we feel like it's our duty to clear that space of its negativity. But people are still whole even when they're negative, just as you are still whole when you are having a low moment. Never once in your eternal journey were you not enough. We tell ourselves these things so often. Maybe we forget that it's true for others as well. That they are enough, even in their bad habits, in their vices. They have the potential for growth. But it's not our duty to grow for them. That's something they must do on their own time. What we can do is hold space for them. And that includes the patience to watch them grow, even if it's so slow. Thank you, Liz, for your half-dozen tiny dinies a few minutes ago. Yippee! And thank you, Amanda, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Lil Olmi, thank you for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Madeline, for your 15 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Emmanuel, you ask a good question. What is growth? Growth means opening up to new things, discovering what is possible. And thank you, Nish, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Delilah, thank you for your flowers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello in your dreams. And that's right, T-Haven. I have removed all the videos on my channel. You may see others posting recordings of my videos before I took them down, and that's fine. However, on this channel, I'd like to do something new. Instead of making viral videos on the nature of reality, hoping to provoke your mind, I now wish to invoke your heart. I learned that when it comes to waking up, the worst way to be woken up is to be provoked awake. Someone coming up to you while you're sleeping, and grab your shoulders, give you a big shake, scream at you to wake up. You'll be awake, but just for a moment. And then you'll want more than anything to go back asleep. The best way to wake up is in a warm embrace, without expectation, with love. And thank you, Vedame, for your heart me a few minutes ago. And Birdie, thank you for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Alaya, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Amanda, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! And B525, thank you for your rose. And in your dreams, thank you for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Diana, for your tiny diny. Yahoo! And Maria, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And thank you in your dreams for your pair of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bex, you asked what time I go live every day. Most days I go live at 5 p.m. Pacific time. On the last week of the month, which we are in now, that whole month I dedicate to going live at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 5 hours earlier, for my European audience and other viewers who are in earlier time zones. And if you ever forget, just look at the bio in my profile. There I share that for you. Kiki, you are wondering, how do you stop being receptive of energies? You don't have to be less receptive. All you have to do is be more open to them. Label not energy as good or bad. Be non-judgmental and stop patrolling your senses. At nighttime, when we want to rest, there might be a part of our mind that is patrolling. A sound suddenly arises in the distance. That guard wakes up. I have to label this sound, otherwise I won't be able to go to bed. You start replaying the sound in your mind until you match it to something you've experienced before. I've got it, it says. That was the sound of a car door slamming. Is that sound something I should be afraid of? Scanning my experience, it's probably my neighbor who's a nurse that gets home late at night after a long shift. And she is lovely. There's nothing to fear about her. Okay. Now that I've patrolled that sound sensation, labeled it, and matched it with my own experience, then I can go back to sleep. Another sound happens. And if you keep patrolling your senses like this, you'll never get to rest. You might say, I need to get earplugs, blackout curtains, an eye mask. I need to be less receptive to the energy. But when you plug your ears, then you hear your tinnitus. When you close your eyes, then you see all the monsters in the dark. Because the true source of the bad energy was within the whole time. Instead of judging all of the experiences, be open to them. A sound happens, and that's all it is. It's just a sound. There's no need to label it, no need to judge it. Likewise, my friend, they're feeling some way strange. I can't figure it out. Allow that as well. My friend can feel anything, and I will be there for them without judgment. The people around me don't seem to understand. That's okay. We don't have to be understood to be whole. It's when we feel like our sensations need to be changed in some way, that resistance to the present moment, then we can never rest. So, being able to experience is only overwhelming when we feel like it's our duty to patrol it, to label everything as good or bad or needing to be changed. Instead, become open and recognize that you are whole regardless of what happens. And thank you, Amanda, for your heart you sent a minute ago. Radhe Radhe. Dansuela, you ask, what is fear? And hello, dear. If you want to come to understand the nature of fear directly, then a great model is using the Buddhist model, where fear arises out of an attachment. Whenever you are afraid of something, ask yourself, what am I attached to? It is what you're attached to that you're afraid of losing. And wherever there is an attachment, you can ask yourself one more question. What do I mistakenly believe is permanent that is actually always changing? For example, let's suppose a mother is afraid of her son not washing her or his hands. What is she afraid of? She's afraid of her son getting sick. Germs. We ask the question, what is she attached to? She's attached to the health of her son. What does she mistakenly believe is permanent, but is not what is always changing? Health. Sickness. There is nothing she can do to prevent her son from getting sick. It is a natural part of life. Does that mean the mother shouldn't encourage her son to wash his hands? Of course she should. But she shouldn't be afraid of him not listening. That's not something she can control. And even if her son gets sick and had washed his hands, it's not a reflection on her being a bad parent, because health is always fluctuating. So the Buddhists tell us to ask this question: what am I attached to? And then, what really is in change that I believe shouldn't? Coming to understand the naturality of change. How can we cause ourselves to be attached to that which is always changing? And then how can we be afraid of that which we are unattached to? And thank you, Liz, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Julia, you ask, do you sometimes miss an old version of yourself? How to feel always yourself in the midst of life? It is very common that we look back on something that we did right and wish to cultivate that again in the present. Sometimes that opportunity isn't there anymore. It has changed into a new lesson for us to learn. Speaking of things always changing, to be always oneself is what you are always doing. There is no version of you other than the one that exists now. You are that which has never changed. What changes is not us, but what occurs to us. Our opportunity of service is always changing. What we have to do is never the same. Every day there is something new to do. And if you felt happy about something that you were doing previously, and it's no longer occurring to you, then that means you accomplished what you needed to do. What you were in service to then needed you to perform in that way, and now the universe has grown and is providing you with new ways to learn and grow and express yourself. The ways in which we express ourselves, that's always changing. But that self that you are is unchangeable. Mr. Astrolabe, you were wondering, what is Nirvana in Buddhism? And is it like dying and not coming back? Or is there some sort of existence? You may have heard about Nirvana as being a state in which one no longer returns to the world. Now, because we are identified with the world, then we imagine that to be like leaving the world. However, leaving the world does not have anything to do with your body, because, as the Buddhists say, you are not your body. So, it is merely our sense of self that leaves the world. You might ask then, well, where do we go? Nowhere. The world will still occur to you. The difference is that you no longer experience yourself in the world. It would be like if you were zoned out into your video game of choice, and then suddenly you woke up to the fact that the video game isn't you. You are merely witnessing it from above, beyond the monitor. You never went anywhere during the process of waking up to this fact. You merely retracted your sense of self, zoomed out. Now, if you decide to keep playing the video game, is entirely up to you. But with this remembrance, you no longer return to the world. Your sense of self, that remains with you and is no longer in the world, so to speak. And thank you, Tara, for your heart me and team bracelet. Radhe Radhe. And Roxy, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. Magdalene, you ask if I mind elaborating on the activation of the additional secret chakra and Soham again, please. The name of the scripture in which you can read more about it is the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. That's Vijnana Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which enumerates 112 pathways to liberation through very esoteric, through tantric means. One of those ways is the so-called Soham breathing, where on the inhale we chant So, and on the exhale we chant Hum. We imagine bringing our energy on the inhale from the chakra that is 12 fingers above the top of the head, here, and bringing our energy into our heart on the inhale, and back up on the exhale. Some people say that it's Hamsa, so on the inhale you go Hum, and on the exhale you go Sa, or you can switch it up and go So, Hum. Different texts disagree, as they will disagree in almost everything that has to do with ritualistic methods for enlightenment. You see, all these physical practices that we engage our body on, they're really just a distraction for the mind. There's a story of a man who once found a lantern, a lamp, and he rubbed the lamp and a ghost came out. It wasn't a genie that granted 3 wishes. It was a genie that granted infinite wishes. But the ghost said, this is also the story of the hungry ghost. The hungry ghost said, if at any time you run out of wishes, I will eat you. So the man said, no problem. There are so many things I could wish for. How could I ever run out? So he asked for a full plate of dinner. Actually, a whole table, full course meal. Woot, 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 woot. The genie was fast. Instantly assembled all this food. Now what? Remember, I will eat you. Okay, build me a giant castle. Castle was erected around him. He didn't even have time to eat his meal yet. What next? Get me the latest Rolls Royce. Vroom! It arrived. Get me the latest iPhone. Do-do-do-do. Appeared in his hand. Chop down that whole forest. He couldn't keep up with the genie's demands. He was struggling to come up with another wish. I wish that everyone in town had everything that I've got. So, plate of food, whole dinner table, full course meal, castles erected around everyone, vroom, 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 Rolls Royces everywhere, iPhones spawning in everyone's hands. Okay, chop down that forest, bring down that mountain. He couldn't catch up. So, he started running, and the hungry ghost started chasing him. And he went to his guru, and he asked his guru, "Oh Gurudev, I have made a big mistake. I thought by getting this genie out of this magic lamp that I would have all my wishes fulfilled. But it seems as though there was a catch. Was the catch that if you stop asking for wishes, then he will eat you?" "Yes, Guruji. How did you know?" "I am very familiar with this. He is no mere genie. He is a hungry ghost." "Oh, please, thank you. Can you tell me what to do in this case? I don't want to die." "Yes, my son, it's very simple. Do you see that flagpole in your castle? Why, yes. Ask the hungry ghost to climb to the top of it. And when it gets to the top, climb to the bottom. And when it gets to the bottom, climb up again, and ask it to keep doing this process until you have anything else for it to do. Then, ask it to fulfill your wish, but return back to climbing up and down the flagpole." So simple. All he had to do was engage the hungry ghost in a repetitive task that never ended. Then, he could use the genie for any wish he desired, but still have it occupied. This is the nature of spiritual practices. The hungry ghost is the mind. The mind can lend service to anything you wish, but the moment that it doesn't have something to do, then it consumes you. This Soham breathing technique outlined in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is just the same. Ask the hungry ghost to climb up, and when it gets to the top, climb down. We are merely occupying our mind when we have nothing more fulfilling to do. Many spiritual practices are like this. But the true spiritual practice is, and always has been, the Raja Yoga, the king of all yogas, selfless service. There is nothing so spiritually fulfilling as being of service to that divinity within everyone. What is divinity if not potential? And everyone has potential inside them. Being of service to that, you can never run out of things to do. And because that potential is but a reflection of your very own self, then you become witness to the beauty inside you. And thank you, MJ, for your pair of roses and tiny tinies a few minutes ago. Yippee! Cheryl, you're wondering, what does tantric mean? Well, there are 3 antras of spirituality: mantras, yantras, and tantras. We've all heard of a mantra. A mantra is the sound form of spirituality. Mantras are what we hear. Not as many people have heard the term yantra. A yantra is the visual form of spirituality. For example, this is a yantra. Here, I have to have my face in it. It is fulfilling the same purpose as a mantra, but visually. Tantra is the textual form of spiritual practice. In modern times, Western scholars giggle at a very minority group of tantras, which is all about sexual gratification, like the Kama Sutra Tantra. It's a tantra about sex. So we have associated with tantra, with sex, because of those immature scholars. And so sometimes the word tantric is used to refer to the sexual practices that are in some tantric texts, some tantras. But tantra itself more generally means the collection of esoteric scriptures to engage the mind in a spiritual practice. In Starfire, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Evelyn, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone. Radhe Radhe. This is my show. I appreciate your generosity in sending a subscription to him, Cheryl, to Buddy, to Gaia, Wayne, and PW. I'm very grateful for the opportunity you have given me in being of deeper service to these lovely audience members. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Agencia, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Starfire, thank you for another rose. And thank you, BW, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jonathan, you had asked if the word tantrum is from tantra. I'm not familiar with the etymology of tantrum. I'm going to say probably not, given that tantrum is a modern English word and tantra is an ancient Sanskrit word. And thank you, Fallen Hastur, for your rose and heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, are some attachments good? Yes. If your attachments are for spiritual progress rather than worldly success, if your attachments are spiritual in nature rather than material, then those attachments will only help you, not restrict you. Thank you, Isabella, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Ciao, Anna. Happy to have you here. We go vegan. You ask, will I become a monk in the future? I would love the opportunity. Whether I am qualified, I'll have to become a good student first. Thank you, Mistra, for your flowers a moment ago. Orion Tatsat. And Amanda, thank you for your flowers and bubble tea. Jai Sitaram. Will I cut off my hair? Maybe, maybe not. Not all monks shave their heads. Buddhist monks tend to. Many other kinds of monks do not. And thank you, VK Francis, for your team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And Nicole, thank you for your 5 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, VK Francis, for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Amanda, you ask, how old am I? Compared to the universe, but a baby, aren't I? I just got here. In my body that I have right now, I've surpassed 22 trips around the sun. Strungbystacy.com, you share that a monk once told your husband that there are many paths to enlightenment. Indeed, there are many ways up a mountain, but only one top of the mountain. As long as you are climbing, then it doesn't matter what direction you climb. As long as your elevation is increasing, then you will get to the top. The very same top that someone may approach from the opposite side. Roxy, you ask, how can you learn from me? Is it by study and asking many questions in English? Well, English is the language that I will be able to answer in. So that does help. If I knew other languages, then of course I'd be happy to attend to those questions as well. I hope not to teach you anything new, but to guide you to what you already know. I hope I can be of help to you by guiding you to the calmness that is already inside you, the peace, the blissfulness that preoccupy your very soul. And thank you, Valentine, for your duck. It's very cute. Hariom Tat Sat. MJ, you ask, is my birthday October 1st? I was born 01/10/01, the first of the 10th month of the first year of this millennium. So indeed, October 1st. And thank you, Amanda, for your subscription as well. I look forward to being of service of you. Jai Sitaram. MJ, you share that it's your dad's birthday, and I'm very grateful to share a birthday with one who assisted in giving rise to you, my dear friend. Mr. Astrolabe, you share that you think it's possible to be enlightened without knowing it until self-inquiry, but you may be wrong. Enlightenment is our default state. Truly, everyone is already there. They are searching for what they already have and are looking for a place in which they already exist. You could say that accepting this to be true and letting go of searching, abiding in what you already are, is to be one with that enlightenment. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Isabella, thank you for your quartet of roses. Jai Sitaram. George, you ask, do I believe we are in the end days? I believe that we are in an age where the potential for growth becomes more and more obvious. We see more and more places that need our help, more and more opportunities to be of help. We need now more than ever to be of help to the world. This is an opportunity that the world is offering us. Remembering that this world is also divinely guided means that the help that we are able to render the world is also a blessing given to us. It is when we feel like it should be another way, then we start to compare the potential we see to what it already is, and then speak in terms of should and should not. But the nature of the world is not something that needs to be helped. The nature of ourself is that we need to be of help. The difference is, in one perspective, the world is problematic, but in another perspective, the world is opportune. It is for our own individual growth as conscious beings that the playground of life is such that there is so much to be done. Therefore, it is in the help that we do that we grow as individuals, that we become more selfless. You could say, there are so many people who are suffering, but that's entirely equivalent to saying that there are so many opportunities to help people. From one perspective, it's a burden, but from another, it's a blessing. Thank you, AB Alchemy, for your TikTok a few minutes ago. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Roxy, for your flowers. Jai Sitaram. User 227, you had asked, does the multiverse exist? I feel like it's a funny word, multiverse. Originally, the word universe was supposed to mean everything. And so the multiverse connotes the idea of multiple everythings. How can there be multiple everythings? I guess what we mean is, are there multiple concurring realities, much like our own? I suppose in that way, everyone has their own universe. But if we take all of our universes together and then ask, what's more? Then we are really just inquiring about the potential for more. That infinity exists in this very moment. It is the possibility that provokes us. It is a challenging question because it asks about an existence beyond our own. But isn't that what we are all moving towards? The very concept of an existence beyond our own is proof that this universe has infinite potential, that we see for ourselves all the things that are and know that there could be so much more. And what a beautiful idea that is. And thank you, Randy, for your rose. You share that we are currently combining all 200 some odd of our universes by listening and commenting here. Indeed we are. And what a blessing that is to be a part of it. Thank you. Stacy, you ask, if you are kind simply for the karma, does this negate the karma? The true negating force behind karma is sharanagati, as discussed before. Karma is the law that binds material existence, but sharanagati is the law that overrules karma. It is not a law of the material world, but a law of the spiritual world. Whereas karma translates to action, sharanagati translates to surrender. In our culture, we have a funny connotation of surrender being a failure. That if we are to win, then we must not surrender. But this usage of the word surrender is not what sharanagati means. It's more of a letting go, a kind of freeing up of your own vices. It's considering the universe to just be perfect in the way that it is right now, and surrendering our own idea that it's not. But the mind says, isn't there so much work to be done? And yes, there is. So, by surrendering, wouldn't we be giving up all of the help that we can do? No, not like that. By accepting this moment for what it is, means that we accept the suffering as a real potential for our help. Surrender doesn't mean that we let go of our ability to be of help. It means that we let go of the idea that being needed is the same as needing to help. We surrender the idea that the world is in need of help and accept the idea that we need to be of help. We are infinite souls, already pure. It is our duty to be of service to the world, not the world's entitlement to be served. The world is an inanimate concept, but you are real, and the help that you can do is your true form of self-expression. Surrendering to this higher purpose liberates oneself. And thank you. This is my show for your heart meat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Damar, you ask a good question. Do you think that life is worth living? Although we may not get to choose the circumstances in our life, we do get to choose for our own benefit how we see the circumstances in our life. For example, suffering by itself is not a beneficial experience. It's how we choose to grow from that suffering that makes it worth it. For example, a child who experiences trauma, that circumstance by itself is not beneficial. But if that child grows up, remembers what they experienced, and uses that to help others by relating in their experience, then they make what they have gone through worth it. Some of the best mental health counselors are where they are today, helping so many because of the things that they have went through, that they suffered through. But they chose that circumstance to be the very platform from which they are able to lend a helping hand, to relate with others, and encourage them to do the same. So I believe that any part of life itself is not worth anything until you give it value. And when it is your power to give value, then everything becomes worth something. And thank you, Phoenix, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Downy, you share that you have made so many mistakes in your life, and that is allowed. Maybe in baseball you get 3 strikes, then you're out. But you're not kicked off the team. You get to go up again next round. And even if you lose the game, you get to play again. Through every loss, every strikeout in baseball, you become an even better player. Oftentimes, we may associate a good player with a good record. But a good player is one that grows from their mistakes, not one without any mistakes. Thank you, Pixies, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. Lynette, you ask, why the people you help the most are the ones that hurt you the most? You can't understand. You live a beautiful life, Lynette. And I will tell you from my experience that we are hurt the most by the ones we help the most, because by helping the most, that requires us to be the most vulnerable. We cannot help when we are closed off. In order to be of any help, we have to be vulnerable ourselves. Only in that way can we validate the vulnerability of the person we're helping. However, when we help those that are vulnerable, they might close off. And in that closing off, if we continue to be open without setting that boundary for our own safety as well, then they can start manning the cannons again and become destructive. Consider when India was colonized by British imperialism, there were many people who were conscripted into the British army. A lot of them were Sikhs, practitioners of Sikhism. Now, the Sikhs are a very beautiful kind of people because they will serve whoever, even if that service is forced. But they won't let go of their higher principle of helping everyone. So, even when in battle in the British Army, after the battle, the Sikhs would go to those who they wounded and nourish them back to life. They'd bring their skins of water and pour it in the mouths of those that they've injured. And as soon as they woke up, seeing their enemy before them, they might even start attacking again. They might see them as their enemy still, even if they were being helped by them. But in that state of vulnerability, they had no choice but to seek help from their enemy. And once they had enough energy to see you as their enemy again, then the fight continues. It is not so different from nursing an animal back to health. You might find a rhinoceros who hasn't eaten in days can barely stand up. The rhinoceros can't do anything. It has to accept your help. But the moment the rhinoceros has enough energy, it'll then start chasing you. So we have to know when our help will be received, and then when it won't. And when that help won't get received, that's when we set that boundary, or give them the space that the both of you need for a healthy relationship. And thank you, Lynette, for your hand hearts. A trio of them. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Phoenix, for another rose as well. Jai Sitaram. Randy, you share that we usually help the ones we love, and the opinions of the one we love matter more to us as well. That's very true, isn't it? And thank you, Lynette, for your pair of hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. Fred, you are very curious about what I do with my hair. I appreciate your interest. Actually, I don't do much of anything with my hair. But when I was younger, and I was making an account for Roblox, it was one of my favorite childhood video games in the early days of Roblox. My sister actually also plays Roblox, even though she's 8 years younger than I am. But the game has changed so much. When I was first making an account, I wanted the name Jaco. But it wasn't taken. Sorry, it was taken. It wasn't available. So it recommended that I put another word before the name, and the word that it recommended for me was Permin. So I was Permin Jaco. The account is still there. You can probably look it up. I remember asking my mom, what is a perm? She was very curious why her six, 7-year-old son was asking what a perm was. She said, it's something you do with your hair. Oh. I still don't know exactly what a perm is. I just wash my hair with shampoo and conditioner. And that's all I do. And thank you, Grace, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Namo Buddhaya. Big stapa. And Amanda, you share that your kids play Roblox too. They're 12 and 8. It's a wonderful game. It's really a bunch of games that anyone can make. There are many different mini games to choose from. So many ways to play. So many ways to express yourself. And thank you, Grace, for your tiny. Yippee! Karan Singh, you ask, have I read the Bhagavad Gita? The Bhagavad Gita? This Bhagavad Gita? Why don't we read a random verse from it? Here, Krishna says, the ignorant and not the wise speak of Jnana Yoga as being different from Karma Yoga. One who is fully established in even one of these two receives the rewards of both. So what is this distinction between Jnana Yoga and Karma Yoga that Krishna says is unwise? Some people say that the spiritual path is one of jnana, one of knowledge, that you should acquire knowledge, and it is through that knowledge that you will attain yoga, union. Other people say it is not through knowledge, but through action that one attains that yoga, union. Here, Krishna is calling both people out, saying that there truly is no distinction between true action and true knowledge, because true action is performed from true knowledge and bestows true knowledge as the fruit. The wisest people in the universe have got their knowledge not from a book or from another teacher, but through the actions that they do. If you pick out any volunteer at, let's say, a homeless shelter, my goodness, the richness of life they have experienced through attending to so many souls. They could speak forever about the nature of the mind and body, simply from being so accustomed to it by the service they do. And that service that they do could only have been done when they understand from a platform of true knowledge that the most fulfilling thing to do is to help people. So there really is no distinction between the jnanis, the wise, and the karmis, the very active people. And thank you, Painted Lady, for your 10 team bracelets. Radhe Radhe. And thank you for your presence, Nelly Hu. I am happy to have been of help. We Go Vegan, you're wondering, how do you understand it, Gita? Well, Gita means song. Bhagavad means of God, or the adjective divine. So Bhagavad Gita means the divine song. And indeed, it is really but the lyrics to a song that was sung 5,160 years ago. On the battlefield of Kurukshetra, in the great war known as Mahabharata. There, at the precipice of slaughter that the world has never seen before, Krishna, the charioteer of Arjuna, started singing. And it was in that song that innumerable spiritual truths were revealed about the nature of the self, Atma, its higher self, Paramatma, the nature of devotion, bhakti, action, karma, and knowledge, jnana. And thank you, Cher, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Karan Singh, you would like me to read the 16th verse of the 4th chapter from the chapter on Jnana Yoga, as you wish. Here we are in chapter 3, here is chapter 4. Ah yes, such a classic verse this is. What is action? What is inaction? Even the wise are confused regarding this. I will explain to you the true meaning of action, knowing which you shall be liberated from the spiral of births and deaths in the material world. Samsara. For verily, this is the next verse, action has to be understood, and forbidden action has to be understood, and inaction has to be understood. This is karma, vikarma, and akarma. The true nature of action is imponderable. Remember, any time the word action is spoken, it is often the Sanskrit word karma that is being said. So the true nature of karma is imponderable. Thank you, Steve, for that exposition on perm being short for permanent. I love your philosophical mind, able to see truth in even something so funny as a Roblox username. And thank you, Bandagor, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. One who recognizes inaction in action and action in inaction is wise among men, for he is transcendental, though engaged in performing actions. What is action in inaction, and what is action in inaction? Or did I say that the same twice? Inaction in action means that we recognize that we are truly not the doer, although it seems like we are the one carrying out the actions. We really only set them up to be done. Our free will is not, technically speaking, in our actions directly. Our willpower is subtler than that. It guides the action, but does not cause the action itself. The action is part of the potential. It is performed through the prakriti, the nature itself. In other words, the laws of physics make this body do as it wishes. But the laws of physics have some leniency. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle states that when it comes to action, there is really only a probability of certainty over the future of events. Spiritually speaking, also, there is a grand scheme of things, but our free will does not influence the grand scheme, only local pockets of it. Even though this universe is pervaded by that supreme source, even though all actions happen through it, and ultimately it is God doing all actions, still God remains unaffected by the actions. This is the nature of inaction in action. But the nature of inaction in action, did I say that twice again? I should use a different prefix instead of in for action. It gets very complicated. Nonetheless, the other way around, we must understand that when we take time to not do something, that is a very powerful thing to do. Meditating is the lack of doing something, and yet meditating is such a powerful thing to do. There is action in the inaction. Every time we deny the mind of something, what an exercise of willpower that is. Thank you, Kaisa, for your finger heart a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Tan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, John F., for your 11 cloud breads also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Michelle, thank you for your heart me. Sky Guardian, you ask, are we chanting today? You forgot if we do it on Sundays. I have not done chanting on ASMR Sundays, and I just realized I forgot to put the that up there. Just because I feel like chanting with sudden instruments in the background might not be so conducive to relaxation. But we can put our energy into chanting with full intensity tomorrow. Mr. Astrolabe, you are wondering, what does Jai Sitaram mean? Jai means victory to, like Viva. Viva Las Vegas. Long live. Victory to. Sita is the divine feminine. Rama is the divine masculine. As a couple, they are Sita and Rama. Jai Sitaram. Victory, long live the divine feminine and masculine. The primordial couple of the universe, through which their love is manifest in this entire existence. Thank you, Layla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you share that you just finished clipping everything. So please upload faster so we can get caught up and your storage can be freed up as you wish. And thank you, Liz, for your corgi bat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Layla, thank you for another rose as well. Let us read from another short section of the Pocket Pema Chodron. This is a little book that is a collection of a Buddhist nun's teachings. Her name is Pema Chodron. Let us read verse 52. My face has to be in it, otherwise the book dissolves. Funny how it works like that. Without a personality, there's nothing but space. This is number 52. The journey goes down, not up. Spiritual awakening is frequently described as a journey to the top of the mountain. We leave our attachments and our worldliness behind and slowly make our way to the top. At the peak, we have transcended all pain. The only problem with this metaphor is that we leave all the others behind. Our drunken brother, our schizophrenic sister, our tormented animals and friends. Their suffering continues, unrelieved by our personal escape. In the process of discovering bodhicitta, the journey goes down, not up. It's as if the mountain pointed toward the center of the earth instead of reaching into the sky. Instead of transcending the suffering of all creatures, we move toward the turbulence and doubt. We jump into it. We slide into it. We tiptoe into it. We move toward it however we can. We explore the reality and unpredictability of insecurity and pain, and we try not to push it away. If it takes years, if it takes lifetimes, we let it be as it is, at our own pace, without speed or aggression. We move down and down and down. With us move millions of others, our companions in awakening from fear. At the bottom, we discover water, the healing water of bodhicitta. Right down there in the thick of things, we discover the love that will not die. Number 52. The journey goes down, not up. And as Sky Guardian has recommended, I'll make a little page flap so we know we've read that one. Oh, and how nice is that? By making a page flap, a little geometric shape appears in the corner. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show it without it disappearing. No, I don't think so. It was meant to be. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your 34 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for listening, everyone. I'm happy you found some peace and strength, Dansuela. Wayne Bauer, you were wondering, where did I learn all of this? The thing about life is that it takes place here. Whatever is here, we don't have to learn about. We only have to observe. We can express those observations through places and ways that we have learned, like vocabulary and stories. Vocabularies and stories, these are learned, but they only express that which you have observed, not learned. And thank you, This Is My Show, for another 34 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Lost Munchkin. Now I do have moderators, in case some people were wondering, but they know that it's okay to have some wild ones. It's okay for negativity to arise, for adversity, for challenging comments to come through. What is not okay is when that adversity becomes directed towards other people. When it is directed towards me, that's cool. I can take it. But I can't say the same for all of my guests. Thank you, Kiki, for your question. Do you think that sadness is the best teacher in life? I believe that in low moments, our capacity to open up becomes that much more apparent. The greatest teacher in life is life itself. There is something to be learned in each moment. Sadness is one of those moments where we learn from life very authentically, without strings attached, because we are on that ground with nothing else to do but look up. And thank you, Brink Recovery, for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kenny Cameo, you share that this planet is hard and boring quite a lot. Indeed it is. But without hardness and boredom, how could we ever come to know softness and excitement? In both hard and boring times, we grow. Bex, you share that trolls are ruining my life. Maybe for you, but not for me. It is your choice to be affected by other people's comments here. You don't have to take that on. There is no right way or a wrong way for this live stream to go. There is still value, even in the uncontrolled, the uncontent. The cause of ruin for the present moment is not anything in it. It's our own resistance to it. There is beauty in all the chaos. People express themselves in strange ways. But if the comments really bother you, and you're unable to detach yourself from them, then you can always hide the chat, or just close your eyes and listen to the words. But the best thing you can do is practice patience, compassion, and understanding. It is in opportunities like these that we do grow and become more open to life, especially the discomfort. Hello, Sheepy, from South Africa. Welcome. And thank you, Mary, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Bibi, for your half-dozen ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Agencia, for your hat and mustache and pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Faye, thank you for your popcorn. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Roxy, for your quartet of friendship necklaces. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, this guy, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Lori, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Wayne Power, you ask for me to hit you with a fact. I think the most powerful fact, Wayne, is the fact that you exist. Your existence is so miraculous. There seems to be no rhyme, no reason. The nature of yourself is mysterious. The nature of this universe just as mysterious. But you, the fact that you are here, this is something that you know without reason. They say, home is where you keep coming back to. Then the self is your true home, because it is this knowledge that we always come back to. We may not know why we are here. We may not know what we are here with, but we do know that we are here, whatever that means. Where is here? I don't know. And thank you, Laurie, for your tiny. Yahoo! And thank you, Mr. Blue, for your trio of ice cream cones. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny dinies too. Nyam 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 nyam. Doom Night, you share that your wife just vacuumed up your pet spider. And she's just doing her duty. And it's your duty to be there for your wife. Support her, comfort her, and not judge her for her mistakes. And thank you, Timothy, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kiki, you had asked, do I think that life is a test or a gift to humanity? Why can't it be both? In a test, we are challenged, and it is through that challenge that we are gifted with becoming wiser. And thank you, Timothy, for your pair of roses as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Pribech, you share that the trolls are giving negative energy to the chat, or negativity. Please make you moderator, and you will help this. I appreciate your desire to help. However, it is your choice whether you label some comments as trolls and others as not. The best way you can help me is by listening. You've all heard me speak before on how if we try to change our environment, then we still fall prey to the idea that it needs to be changed for ourselves to be happy. I still see your comments. Other people's comments don't prevent me from seeing you. Don't worry. And thank you, Nene, for your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, one cheeky chick, for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. I find the comment section a beautiful expression of life. Just like the Divine Mother. She might seem chaotic at times, weapons in each hand, but it is all part of her divine form, including her dark sides. Today, she has manifested herself in the form of this wonderful comment section. Some comments are bright, others dark, some are ordered, some are disordered, but they are all a valid expression because they all come from a real existence behind them. There was a consciousness that decided them all to come to be. Everyone's method of self-expression may be different, but that doesn't make anyone more deserving or less to be here. And thank you, John F., for your friendship necklace, balloons, and dentim bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, one cheeky chick, for another team bracelet as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Strawberry, for your galaxy. Very fitting with the background today. And very humbling as always. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love that, Donsuela. We can choose to react in all sorts of ways on our journey home. We can dance, we can run, We can skip, we can crawl, but our destination is the same. And you ask, what's one step I can do tonight to feel closer to everything, everyone, the universe, whatever? Letting yourself feel all the things that you might be blocking yourself from feeling. You become connected by allowing what we do not wish to feel connected to. Our sadness, our anger, our sorrow, our guilt, our anxiety. Allowing these feelings to shine without fear that they will overcome us. Because what's waiting on the other side of all these experiences is something so beautiful, so precious. It's the connection that we forge through the thick of it, the adversity. Whatever comes up, we have space for. Our doubts, we have space for. Our imperfections, we have space for. Just a kind of allowance of all walks of life. And tonight you can go to bed knowing that every part of it was valid. And thank you, Strawberry, for the shooting stars. Now that's especially topical, given the background today. Everyone may make a wish thanks to Strawberry's gift. Oh, Radhe, oh, Radhe. Thank you. Kiki, you share that you think through love you can experience bliss. By loving, we feel an infinite pour of energy from within to without. It is that current that flows from you that is blissful. Indeed. Heath, you had asked, how do we know we are on the right path to fulfillment? You know, you can never know. As we keep trekking through the forest, you only see the light when you get close to the forest's edge. Until that time comes, what is important is not the direction we go, but our consistency in maintaining the same heading. A forest is not infinite. No limitation in life is infinite. The very definition of a limitation means that it has a boundary. As long as you are persistent in your effort, then the path becomes right, and you creep towards the forest edge. The only ones that don't escape the forest are the ones going in circles. They keep getting their heading messed up. So it's important to maintain a trajectory. As long as you keep following a path, any path will lead you out. And thank you, Strawberry, for your pair of hanging lights and your disco love. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Katie Pond, you ask, do I think that true forgiveness is a choice or something that we must work toward internally? Sometimes a choice is something we must work toward internally. That is to say, forgiveness is a choice, but not all choices come easy. Some choices require a lot of work. And although the choice itself is effortless, to get to that state of effortlessness takes a lot of effort. So, in forgiveness, indeed, all we have to do is very easy. It's in our resistance to it where all the effort becomes expended. However, taking one step back, 2 steps forward, again and again, we eventually reach our goal. And each time we forgive, we become even easier. It becomes even easier. We become better at forgiving. Thank you, Strawberry, for another fire as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Moonflower Magic, thank you for the heart me. Much love to you, frankly. Such an unforgiving world, says Yvette. But what a forgiving soul. Remember that. It is not the world's duty to forgive us. For there's nothing we have to be forgiven for. But it is our duty to forgive the world, so that we continue being of help even more. Sky Guardian, you're wondering what page we are on the Roar of the Ganges. We ended on 159, we'll be reading 160 soon. And thank you for being here, Katie Pond. And I'm glad you like the stickers, Isabella. And thank you, One Cheeky Chick, for sharing them. I love seeing them as well. And thank you, Ragnhildar, for your heart meme. And thank you, Laurie, for your 11 roses. May you have a wonderful walk, Dansuela. The rain sounds lovely, very cleansing and refreshing. Thank you for being here. Kim Murray, you are wondering if I have a pet. I have two lovely animals, Shadow and Sandy. They are little cats, and although I am their owner, they are much more owners of me. They provide me with many opportunities of service. Psionics, you're wondering when I'll make new videos. At the moment, I have no plans for making videos again on this platform. But I am sure that'll change during and after my trip to India at the end of this summer. And thank you, Trainadora Sarah, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And AB Alchemy, thank you for your TikTok too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nelly, who you ask, how can you heal your solar plexus chakra? Well, let's see here. The solar plexus chakra is all about our individuality, our uniqueness, our personality. We can heal those parts by coming to accept them, by recognizing our insecurities as beautiful too. Bring love to all parts of yourself because you deserve it. You deserve it because the world deserves to have an accepting you, a you that loves yourself, so that you can spread that love generated from within to everyone else. Gina, you share that you're not okay. You don't know why your heart is aching, why you're cringing right now watching this. And it's okay not to be okay. If you feel like you are best suited somewhere else right now, you are very welcome to go wherever your heart leads you. But here, you are accepted. I am accepting of you. And sometimes the heart does ache, and that's allowed. It is okay to be processing something. It's okay to feel that pain. That pain isn't a sign that there's anything wrong with you. Sometimes life is painful, and that's okay. And thank you, Aurelius Grown, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. Andrea, you share that highs come with lows. Yin and yang can't have one without the other. Very true. Starlight Wow, you ask what to do with those parts of ourselves that do bad things. Recognize that doing bad things does not make you a bad person. Sometimes good people do bad things, and bad people do good things. The goodness of yourself is not gauged by what you do or do not do. The goodness of yourself is in your ability to improve. That you are looking towards acceptance, just as you have done so by asking this question. There is goodness in humility to know that there are ways in which we can do better. And your own ability to see that is the real goodness in you. And I love that. Thank you, Trina. You don't think there's good and bad people. It's more the actions that some people choose to take. And I agree. Goodness is a quality within everyone. We just have a choice to express it. And I love that, Kuku Bra. Indeed, just being able to communicate your emotions is growing. It's okay to have emotions. That's part of being human. That's for sure. And learning to express them. Difficult journey, but a rewarding one at that. And I like that, Katie Pond, indeed. This is like forgiveness. It's a choice that is not always easy to make. Cody Patterson, you're asking, how do you care less about winning or losing, and more about improvement of a skill in a competitive game? Ultimately, it is the skill that we have. At the end of the day, we don't possess our wins or our failure, because it's not something created by us. The universe gets to decide whether we win or lose, and in either case, it is for our own benefit. What we have is our ability to improve. What we have is our commitment to becoming better. And in both winning and failure, we do so if we take advantage of it. We can analyze our failures to come up for areas of improvement, just as we can analyze our wins to validate what works. But there is always going to be more wins and more losses. There is always going to be something to improve. That infinite potential is something that is always yours. Coming to that makes every moment blissful, because every moment should be in service to that infinite potential. And thank you, Amanda, for your ice cream cone, Gigi, and a rose. Radhe, Radhe. And I love you very much, Gina, as well. I'm very happy to hear that, Cuckoo Bra. It is beautiful to have choices. You share that. You are clean and sober for 7 months now, that you have a choice. So inspiring. Sometimes that's all it takes, is to just remember that we have a say in things. We have the ability to make decisions, even if it's hard. You're very welcome, Cody. And thank you for your galaxy. Always a humbling token of appreciation that I am honored to receive myself. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Craig, for your heart me and a swan. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dirty hippie gypsy mom, you share that Navi said hello. Well, hello, Navi. May you have a beautiful sleep full of meaningful dreams and restful relaxation. Now, do I know how to pronounce your name? Is it Thea? Or is it the Asvin Lumi? Nonetheless, maybe you can teach me. You ask, what do I do in my free time? Lately I've been studying a lot of Sanskrit and uploading a lot of videos, namely the recordings of these lives, as well as the clips from it that Sky Guardian has done. They are just random letters. Alright. I'll call you Thea then. Spend a lot of time with my kitties, Sandy and Shadow, since they are just bundles of joy. You love kittens. I love them very much too. I'm happy to share that love with you. And can I show my cats? Asked Cody. I'm afraid I'm not aware of where they are at the moment. But the next time they're in my room, I will, just for you. Amanda, you ask, what breed of cats are they? One's orange and one's gray. And I agree to that sentiment, Amanda. You have to first love yourself and respect yourself before another can love you. And thank you, Craig, for your subscription too. I do hope you enjoy the little sticker pack that comes with it, and I look forward to being of service to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chelsea Bates, you were wondering if Shadow is Burmese. Does he play fetch? No. Shadow and Sandy have very different tendencies for playing with mice. Shadow likes praying in the shadows, waiting for the last possible moment to strike. Sandy is much more active and pounces as soon as he gets the chance and will chase you all around the house. And thank you, Jane, for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alpha, you share. The background is trippy, but you're loving it. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I hope it is not nauseating or anything like that. Just a little experiment today. Sky Guardian, you're not a fan of it. That's okay. I appreciate your input on it as well, and I thank you for your honesty. Now, we've had a good live stream today thus far. Four hours and 28 minutes thus far. Why don't we begin to wrap things up for tonight? But before then, there are two things I'd like to share with you all. Land the plane. The first is a question of the day. And the second is a reading. A reading from Roar of the Ganges. So before then, let me ask you all the question of the day today. My question is very simple. I am wondering, how can you be of service to yourself? It is important for us to be of service not just to others, but to ourselves also. So that we can harness our potential even better. I love that echo leaf. By serving others. Very true. It is through the service of ourself that we serve others, and through the service of others that we serve ourselves. By loving ourselves, says Mary. By giving myself a hug, says Thea. I love that. Simply by waking up every day, says Alfie. I love that. By being aware, says A.B. Alchemy. Guy Prince Music, you share. By doing for others, we do for ourselves. Well said. Amanda, you share. By trying to remain happy. Do or do not. There is no try, says Yoda. Now, if we're trying to remain happy, we might be not expressing our other emotions, which are just as genuine. True happiness comes without even trying. Being positive, on the other hand, now that requires a lot of effort. But the happiness that is present with you always shines through dark and day. Nelly, who, likewise, you share by accepting your feelings, validating them, loving and nurturing yourself. Well said. And love your neighbor as yourself, Jesus said. You share with us Sky Prince Music also. Very true. And Doom Knight, you like to remember that healing yourself is the best thing you can do to be of service to others. Well remembered indeed. By not being mean to haters, says Nish. Another wonderful thing to remember. I agree. Thank you, Loopy Lane, for your rose a minute ago as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Mari, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Julia, you share by being compassionate and kind to yourself. Don't judge yourself. Well said. And Alfie, you share by expanding your mind to suit others and overall yourself. And I like that as well, Alfie, by practicing meditation to the point that you can enter it anywhere and anytime. And Amanda, you share that. Trying to be positive then, since you have depression and so hard to remain in a good mindset. And that's okay. The mind is naturally turbulent, and it being out of our control is a blessing and a curse. You are certainly allowed to be depressed. I like what Jim Carrey says about depression, that being depressed means needing deep rest. So let your rest be deep. Find depth in your restfulness. And thank you, John F., for your marvelous confetti. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses also. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Katie, for your rose too. And much love to you, Fred. I am happy to have you here, even though you're a little rascal. Now, before we go, let us read from another section of Roar the Ganges. This is a book gifted to us by a devotee of its author, Swami Taratmananda. His name is Sky Guardian. Sky Guardian has asked for his guru's permission in us reading it here on this Sangha, which he has. It takes place from his eyes. Before he was a Swami, he was named Mark. And Mark is here in India at the moment, days before his worldly renunciation, the taking up of sannyas and becoming a Swami. Mark is a fellow Westerner, like many people here. So it's important that I think we share his experience in coming to Eastern spirituality. This chapter is called A Community of Seekers. Just before 5 p.m., Richard and I filed up the stairway to the lecture hall along with other ashram residents and guests. A few moments later, Swami Dayananda entered and walked to the dais carrying his glasses and a book. I liked the absence of any pompous ceremony like I had witnessed at the Kailash ashram. My guru, Swami Dayananda, sat on a simple platform and placed his book on a low platform before him. Having adjusted his glasses, he began to chant. His deep, resonant voice effortlessly filled the hall. Om Apyayantu Mamangani. Swami Dayananda recited the first words of a Vedic hymn, and then paused for us to repeat it, following his intonation. In this manner, we recited one phrase at a time, finishing with Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Removing his glasses, he explained, "This hymn is a peace invocation from the Samaveda. We are about to begin study of the Kena Upanishad, which is part of the Samaveda. This is the prayer customarily recited before every class on this Upanishad. He went on to explain that 108 so-called Upanishads are found in the 4 Vedas. These texts comprise the source scriptures for Vedanta and are considered the epitome of Hindu philosophy. Among them, the Kena is one of the most widely studied because of its simplicity and brevity. The Rishi's vision of reality is unfolded in the span of just 35 verses. Scholars today refer to it as one of the 10 major Upanishads. These are called major not because of their content, but because the celebrated 8th century teacher Shankara chose to write commentaries on only these 10. This particular Upanishad derives its name from the first word of the text, Kena. After a brief introduction, Swami Dayananda recited the first verse of the text, one line at a time, pausing for us to recite after him. Kene shitam patati preshitam manaha, etc. Impelled by what does the mind think and see? Impelled by what does life sustain the body? Impelled by what are these words spoken forth? These lines were familiar to me. I had studied them sitting before Swami Dayananda in a lecture hall, not unlike this one in his ashram in Saylorsburg, which is a city in Pennsylvania, during the 3-year course he conducted. Kena was the first of the Upanishads he taught there. Years before attending that course, I had read translations of the major Upanishads along with English commentaries. I found them fascinating and inspiring, but their mystical, esoteric style prevented me from fully comprehending the profound truths they expressed. I persisted in reading them, nevertheless. When I completed my superficial survey of all 10 Upanishads, I naively thought, okay, now I've read the Upanishads. What's next? In fact, I understood very little through my efforts then. I did not have the necessary background, nor did I have a teacher who could explain the texts properly. Years later, when I studied the Upanishads in the original Sanskrit, along with Shankara's commentaries during the 3-year course, I finally discovered what the rishis intended to impart. I discovered that they conveyed their vast vision in exquisite poetry with a vividness and intensity that ordinary prose could never hope to obtain. And I learned that even the best translations are woefully inadequate. All poetry suffers greatly in translation, of course. And when that poetry is the inspired insights of ancient seers, faithful rendition in English seems nearly impossible. To study the Upanishads under a qualified teacher was, for me, an extraordinary experience. My 3 years living and studying with Swami Dayananda in his Pennsylvania ashram turned out to be far more rewarding than I had anticipated. In retrospect, it seems surprising that I almost decided not to attend the course. This I explained to Richard later that evening as we sat on a bench talking about my prior studies with Swami Dayananda. I told Richard about Swami Dayananda's plan to conduct a 3-year residential course in Vedanta and Sanskrit starting in 1986 at his newly established ashram in the Pocono Mountains, or Pocono, I'm not sure. A former summer resort in Saylorsburg had been purchased for a reasonable sum, and a dedicated group of his students were working hard to transform it into a retreat ashram. The course was to have no tuition fee. Students would pay a modest monthly fee for room and board and work several hours a day to help run the ashram. Admission to the course was based on Swami Dayananda's personal selection. To put my life on hold for 3 years and move to an ashram was not an easy decision. For an entire year I debated the pros and cons. I was already deeply committed to the study of Vedanta. Each morning I spent 2 hours in study and meditation before going to work. I had attended many of Swami Dayananda's seminars and week-long residential camps over the past 5 years. I had also been attending weekly Vedanta and Sanskrit classes taught by one of his senior disciples. Over the years, I found Swami Dayananda to be a gifted teacher with a powerful capacity for unfolding the vision of Vedanta. He was thoroughly grounded in the traditional methodology, yet never dry or academic in his approach, and as far as I could tell, his personal behavior, both inside and outside the classroom, was impeccable. He seemed free from the ego trips that sometimes accompany renowned teachers. I was convinced that an intensive period of study with him would be an invaluable experience. Now, why don't we pause our reading there? And we can reflect on the importance of dedication to spiritual pursuits. The decision that is made to really pursue truth. It's no mere easy choice that one makes. We may also reflect on the importance of a spiritual master, such as Mark's guru, Swami Dayananda, relying on commentaries such as Adi Shankaracharya's for his expositions on the Upanishads is a great way to understand many subtle spiritual truths. Without commentaries and without a teacher, textbooks become very difficult to work with, very hard to understand. So it is important that we pay homage to ancient spiritual lineages who have preserved the teaching, not just in their words, but in their hearts. And tomorrow, we will continue our journey with Mark, studying under the guidance of Swami Dayananda, and slowly we edge closer to his renunciation, taking sannyas. And thank you, Devotna, for your love, that you sent whilst we read. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Casually Cooking, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Ginseng, for the disco love. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you everyone for listening with me as we read another section. We will be ending the live momentarily, but I am grateful for this opportunity on this ASMR Sunday. I hope it was relaxing, at least in some way. And thank you, Craig, for gifting a subscription to Jane. I very much am appreciative of the opportunity you have provided me to be of higher service for Jane. I hope that Jane appreciates the sticker pack that comes with it. And thank you, Lynette, for the love you as well. Radhe, Radhe. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to grow and learn with all of you. I look forward to tomorrow's Sangha. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this live stream. Normally I upload them to Yamsox Lives, and although this is a live, given that it was dedicated to relaxation and affirmation without going too deep into anything philosophical, I think the relaxing sentiment is suitable for my other YouTube channel, the ASMR channel. That's the second link in the link tree in my bio at this time. On that channel, we also have been reading through the Bhagavad Gita, this spiritual scripture, one chapter at a time, with whispered tones and rain sounds in the background. I think it's a great way to become more knowledgeable about such an ancient spiritual scripture, but in a more calming environment. And thank you, warrior priestess, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now you may have seen that on the microphone is a sock. This is a sock that I actually sell, of course in a pair. On the link tree in my bio, there's a store section too. And there are Yamsox. Because I am Yamsox. There's also a beanie that has a tiny on it that says Yippee! And of course, there is never any expectation to support me in any way. But if you ever wanted something physical in return for doing so, then this opportunity is there for you. Currently I'm saving up for a trip to India, and it helps go towards that process for me, and I'm most of the way there by now, so thank you everyone. The generosity that all of you reflect is very humbling, and I'm honored to be on the receiving end of so much of it. Let this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the divine form of the masculine and feminine, and may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you, my lovely guests. I am honored to be of service to you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. And thank you, Ragnhildar, for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. And I'll see you tomorrow.